In tonight's sleepy tale, we meet a woman whose beauty brings people from the furthest reaches of ancient Greece. But all is not as it seems, as tales of her beauty reach the jealous gods of Mount Olympus. As always, liking and subscribing would mean the world to me, as it'll help my story reach more people in need of a little magic. Now, cozy up and let's begin our journey. In the days of ancient Greece, there lived a king and queen blessed by fate with 3 daughters. Their palace stood upon a gentle hill, overlooking orchards and fields that stretched lazily toward a horizon blurred by heat and dreams. Within its halls echoed laughter, voices like silver bells ringing bright and clear, carefree and melodious. Yet beneath that joy lay a shadow, a subtle darkness, and at its heart stood Psyche, youngest of the 3 princesses. Her elder sisters had beauty enough to fill ballads and courtly sonnets, their loveliness as sweet as ripe fruit, admired by nobles who traveled miles to court them. But Psyche's beauty was something different entirely. It was not merely a face pleasing to behold, not simply grace in motion. It was an ethereal beauty, almost sorrowful. People whispered her name, gazed upon her with awed eyes, and yet never dared to touch. But what good was beauty? Psyche wondered often if it isolated her from all that she yearned for. She had long since learned to walk alone in the palace gardens, hidden beneath trailing jasmine vines and the fragile blossoms of almond trees. Here, away from the gazes and whispered adorations of courtiers, Psyche found small comfort in simpler, quieter beauties. The steady rhythm of raindrops falling softly on dry earth, the delicate mosaic of colors on a butterfly's fragile wing, or the way the breeze carried the fragrance of roses, mingled with the distant, comforting scent of baking bread from the palace kitchens. But these humble joys provided only temporary relief from the ache that had settled deep within her chest, an emptiness born from the unbearable weight of others' devotion. Why do they not truly see me? She murmured softly to the flowers and quiet hedgerows. They praise my beauty, but no one knows the girl who stands behind it. And the flowers, ever attentive, nodded gently in the breeze, listening without judgment, without answer. Her parents watched Psyche closely, pride and sorrow mingling equally in their gazes. Her father, the king, saw how suitors came with eager hearts and hopeful words, but always left humbled and awed, unable to speak of love to one they saw as nearly divine. Her mother, whose heart felt her daughter's silent pain, as only a mother's heart can, feared quietly for what fate held in store for one so lovely, yet so alone. Soon, Psyche began to dread the days when her parents introduced her to visiting princes and noblemen. Their eyes filled with awe, their tongues rendered silent. These suitors brought not love, but offerings, as though she were a goddess rather than a girl. They placed rare flowers at her feet, offered silken scarves woven with threads of pure gold, and sang hymns in trembling voices. But their words never spoke to her heart, never carried the intimacy she secretly longed for. It was during these endless days of homage, when loneliness pressed most heavily upon her, that Psyche began to sense something darker beneath the surface of her existence, as though her beauty carried a hidden danger. She had heard whispered stories of the jealousy of gods, of divine beings who punished mortals for daring to compare themselves to celestial perfection. Each night, lying sleepless beneath silken sheets, Psyche trembled softly, praying silently to whichever deity might listen, that she would never draw their wrath. One warm afternoon, as the sun spilled honeyed gold across the palace walls, Psyche sat by the edge of a marble fountain, tracing idle patterns upon the cool surface of the water. She stared into her own reflection, fragile and wavering beneath her fingertips. Was this delicate face really hers? Did those sad, beautiful eyes truly belong to her? "You're more curse than blessing," she whispered bitterly. At her words, a sudden, inexplicable chill brushed over her skin, raising gooseflesh along her arms. She shivered, glancing nervously toward the sky, her heart tightening with inexplicable dread. She stood hastily, looking toward the distant hills, as though searching for something she could not quite name. Some unseen watcher whose gaze felt heavy, expectant, and threatening. But there was nothing, only empty sky, shimmering beneath a distant haze. Later, in the silent depth of night, Psyche dreamt vividly. She found herself walking barefoot through her garden, but this time the flowers were dry and brittle, crumbling to dust beneath her touch. The once green leafy hedges turned sharp and blackened, snagging at her gown, whispering urgently, "Beware, beware." She awoke gasping, her pulse rapid, heart aching beneath the heavy silence of her chamber. Her dreams, she knew, often carried hints of truth, a warning, or simply the restless imaginings of a lonely girl. Time passed slowly after that, days blending softly into one another. bathed in sunlight, yet somehow dull and colorless beneath the unending weight of her beauty. Psyche felt herself withdrawing further, her laughter growing rarer, replaced by silent contemplation and quiet yearning. Her sisters soon married and left the palace, their laughter replaced by solemn farewells, leaving behind only a lingering echo of companionship. And thus, Psyche became utterly alone, surrounded by flowers, servants, and fine things, yet separated from all true warmth. She walked the garden still, graceful and solitary, beneath the burden of unwanted adoration, each step pulling her further inward, retreating slowly toward some unknowable future, unseen by her, beyond mortal eyes, in distant gleaming palaces that crowned Mount Olympus. Watchful eyes had indeed turned their gaze upon Psyche. Celestial brows had furrowed. Divine whispers carried ominous messages through clouds and moonlight. And there, beneath silken drapes and starlit halls, a goddess's jealousy began to blossom darkly, silently, like a poisonous flower unfurling petal by cruel petal. Psyche's heart, already weary and heavy beneath the relentless burden of her beauty, knew nothing yet of these whispers in Olympus. She only felt the faint shadow of some approaching storm, distant and inevitable, carried softly upon the warm afternoon winds that swept gently through her beloved olive groves and flowered gardens, far above the mortal realm, where clouds parted like silken veils, to reveal Olympus in golden radiance. A place of eternal splendor shimmered against the heavens. Palaces carved from sunlight and stardust gleamed ethereally, and music sweeter than human ears could bear drifted through endless halls. Yet, amid all the joy, beneath the carefree laughter of immortals, a subtle shadow had begun to stir. Venus, goddess of love and beauty, reclined languidly upon a couch of spun silver. Her hair, woven sunlight, cascaded down shoulders, whose perfection had inspired poets and sculptors for centuries. Her eyes, two luminous pools reflecting endless adoration, now flashed dangerously as she listened to whispered reports, brought by nymphs and attendants who feared her wrath more than anything on earth or in heaven. Mortals, great goddess, one handmaiden murmured softly, averting her eyes. No longer bring tribute to your altars as they once did. They travel far, true, but their journeys are toward a mortal girl whose beauty they claim rivals your own. Rivals mine? Venus spoke softly, yet her voice sent shivers of dread through the room. They dare compare me, daughter of heaven and sea foam, to a human girl whose beauty is fleeting as spring's bloom? Silence fell instantly. No one dared answer. Venus rose slowly, with terrible grace, walking toward the open arches overlooking earth. From here, she saw cities and temples whose altars had once smoked with incense offered in her name. Now those altars grew cold. Offerings lay forgotten, petals wilted, and prayers unheard. Fury, born from wounded pride, blossomed darkly within her. In truth, Venus knew well the price of beauty. Since the first dawn, her loveliness had defined her essence, her immortality sustained by mortal admiration. Without reverence, what was she? Without adoration, could a goddess truly endure? Her heart, so perfect yet vulnerable beneath its divine exterior, throbbed bitterly at the slight. She turned to the small group gathered anxiously behind her, her voice deceptively gentle. Tell me, this mortal girl who steals hearts and prayers, what is her name? Psyche, divine mistress, another attendant answered nervously. Youngest daughter of a minor king. They say her beauty is not of this world. Psyche, Venus repeated slowly, tasting the name, which seemed bitter on her tongue. Let me see this mortal who dares eclipse me. With a wave of her hand, an oval mirror appeared, suspended mid-air, reflecting a garden bathed in mortal sunlight. In the heart of a tranquil scene stood Psyche, fragile, radiant, oblivious to celestial attention. The young woman wandered softly beneath olive trees, hair dark and luminous against pale skin. Her steps so delicate, she might have been dancing to music only she could hear. A bitter pang stabbed Venus, sharp and unanticipated. Mortal Psyche was lovely, yes, but beneath her beauty lay a softness, vulnerability, and innocence that made the goddess feel inexplicably threatened. It was as though the girl embodied a different, quieter aspect of beauty, one Venus herself had forgotten in her quest for praise and worship. Venus turned sharply from the image, eyes narrowed with a sudden determination. She would not allow her divine essence to fade unnoticed. No mortal could challenge her supremacy. No human girl could inspire devotion at her expense. Summoning all her divine authority, Venus called forth her son, Cupid. Her voice resonated, powerful yet honey-sweet, echoing across Olympus. In moments, Cupid appeared. He stood upon delicate, shimmering wings, his boyish face fair, yet wise beyond reckoning. He carried himself lightly, as if his body knew no weight, his bow and quiver slung carelessly over one shoulder. He smiled at his mother, a smile slightly wary, familiar with the whims that shaped her heart. "You called for me, Mother?" His voice gentle, lilting, beautiful, yet cautious. Venus regarded him, contemplating the task she was about to set. Cupid was love itself, yet he knew little of the jealousy, the pain love could cause. He was young, bright, unscarred by the darker edges of passion. Her heart softened briefly, wishing to shield him, yet anger quickly smothered this brief tenderness. "Yes, my beloved," she spoke with studied softness. "An insult has been dealt to me. Your mother, goddess of beauty, a mortal girl is worshipped where only I should be. Psyche, they call her. The girl you now see reflected here." She gestured toward the mirror, revealing again the fragile figure. Wandering among flowers, unaware of immortal eyes, Cupid glanced at Psyche, feeling something strange stir within him. A whisper of curiosity, of intrigue. "She is lovely," he murmured absently, mesmerized by the sight. Venus's eyes narrowed further, jealousy flaring. "Yes," she said curtly, drawing his attention sharply back to herself. "Too lovely. Thus, she must be punished. Here is your task. Fly to her swiftly. Take your sharpest, brightest arrow. Pierce her heart deeply, irrevocably. Make her fall madly in love, but not with a noble hero or prince. No, let her love only the vilest creature imaginable, something monstrous, base, and cruel. Humble this girl who dares shine brighter than Venus." Cupid felt a brief pang of hesitation. Love he understood, but to wield it cruelly troubled his heart. "Mother," he began carefully, "surely this mortal is innocent." Venus's gaze darkened with displeasure. "Innocent?" she interrupted sharply, can you not see, Cupid? Her beauty steals worship meant solely for me. Innocent or not, she threatens divine order. Will you disobey your mother's command? Cupid's wings trembled slightly beneath her sternness. He sighed softly, reluctantly taking up his bow. "As you wish, mother," he murmured. Yet within him an unease grew quietly, a whispering shadow of doubt. "Go swiftly," Venus commanded, dismissing him with a wave. "And remember, her love must be her punishment. It is time mortals remembered the cost of offending heaven." Cupid left his mother's presence quietly, wings bearing him toward earth, toward Psyche. Yet, with each beat of his wings, uncertainty deepened, his heart troubled by the cruelty Venus demanded. He had always wielded love gently, a force for beauty and union. Could he now make it a tool of punishment, vengeance, jealousy? Yet he knew his mother's wrath, her wounded pride, were not to be denied lightly. In sorrow and confusion, he flew swiftly toward the mortal world below, his bow ready, but heart suddenly uncertain, unaware how fate already twisted quietly around him, ready to alter his immortal life irrevocably and change the very nature of love itself. The gardens of Psyche's palace shimmered gently beneath a late afternoon sun, every leaf and petal touched by an amber glow. Psyche wandered slowly among rows of blooming roses, her fingers brushing softly over petals cool and delicate as silk. She breathed their fragrance deeply, trying to find comfort in the beauty around her. Yet today, no bloom, no scent, no gentle warmth could lift the heaviness from her heart. She stopped beside an ornate marble bench, sinking down into its shaded comfort. Gazing at the horizon, she thought of her sisters, now married and gone to distant lands. Their laughter faded to distant memories. She missed them, missed the way they would sit together beneath this very arbor, whispering secrets, sharing dreams. Psyche sighed softly, pulling her knees closer beneath the gentle folds of her gown. How could she feel so alone when so many praised her beauty, brought flowers, gifts, hymns to her name? "They worship an illusion," she murmured, voice quiet, yet edged with sadness. "They do not know me. They see only their idea of perfection, not the lonely heart beneath. Unseen, Cupid drifted silently upon invisible currents high above the garden, wings fluttering softly, his bow gently grasped within his hand. Looking downward, his heart caught unexpectedly as he glimpsed the girl he'd come to curse. He descended carefully, silent as a whisper, landing softly in shadows beneath a nearby tree. He observed Psyche, struck by the fragile grace of her solitude, her beauty illuminated in the gentle amber light. It was a loveliness not meant for temples or altars, but soft, living, breathing, deeply human. Cupid's heart hesitated, troubled by Venus's cruel command. Yet, what choice had he? Quietly, he drew a golden arrow from the quiver slung across his shoulder. The arrow gleamed brilliantly, sharp, potent, filled with the irresistible magic of love. Cupid fitted it carefully to his bow, raising it slowly, sighting upon Psyche's heart. All around him, the garden held its breath. Just as he drew back the bowstring, Psyche looked upward, distracted by the sudden flight of a dove fluttering softly from a nearby tree. In that brief, fragile moment, their eyes almost met. Cupid hesitated, taken aback by the depth in her gaze. Her loneliness, vulnerability, yearning. His fingers faltered, his bow wavering ever so slightly. The arrow slipped, its razor-sharp tip grazing his thumb. Instantly, a wave of powerful, overwhelming sensation surged through him. Love, in all its radiant, terrifying intensity, exploded within his immortal heart, filling him with an emotion he had previously only controlled, not experienced. Cupid gasped aloud, dropping his bow and arrow, clutching his chest as the feeling blossomed uncontrollably. He stared at Psyche again, not as a target now, but as the radiant center of his universe, the sole desire of his immortal existence. How had he not seen before? How beautiful, how precious she was. The idea of harming her, of making her love a beast, a beggar, suddenly seemed abhorrent, unbearable. Venus's cruel plan melted away instantly, overshadowed by this new and unexpected love. Oh, what have I done? He whispered breathlessly, hands trembling with this revelation. His heart had been pierced, and not by choice. From her bench, Psyche glanced toward the trees. Sensing something unseen, she rose, peering curiously into shadows. "Who is there?" Her voice trembled softly, delicate yet clear. Cupid froze, startled, realizing she could sense him. He longed to step forward, reveal himself, yet fear and confusion rooted him to the spot. He knew too well the power of divine love. If she saw him now, if she knew his heart, no one, he whispered softly, sadly, a mere shadow among shadows. Psyche shivered slightly, unable to shake the sensation of unseen eyes upon her. But there was nothing visible beneath the olive trees, just shadows, leaves gently rustling, whispering quietly of mystery. She hesitated, then turned slowly toward the palace, heart troubled, steps uncertain. When she had gone, Cupid gathered his fallen bow, heart aching with yearning. His mother's command echoed bitterly in his mind. But he knew now he could never harm Psyche. Instead, he would protect her, guard her from Venus's wrath, from mortal cruelty, from all harm. She was his love now, sacred and precious beyond all reckoning. "I will keep you safe," he vowed softly, heart filled with aching devotion. Whatever the cost. Yet, far above, upon golden Olympus, Venus's anger still burned fiercely, growing hotter with each passing hour. She waited impatiently for news from Cupid, confident in his obedience. Her pride refused to believe her command could ever go unfulfilled. "Soon," she murmured coldly, staring down upon the earth. "The world will remember where true beauty dwells." Below, in the quiet garden, Cupid flew silently away, knowing his mother's fury would be terrible. He would need to act swiftly, cleverly, protecting Psyche from the very wrath he himself had set in motion. His immortal heart now belonged irrevocably to a mortal girl. Love had taken hold of him, unplanned, unstoppable, and nothing, not even Venus herself, would break its hold. In the fading light of day, Psyche stood quietly upon her balcony, gazing toward distant hills, unaware that the course of her life had just shifted profoundly. She watched twilight gather, stars emerging softly in the velvet sky, and felt again that strange sense of unseen presence, a lingering warmth that both comforted and troubled her. "Who are you?" she whispered softly to the evening breeze, longing for the presence she could sense but never touch. Far away, hidden yet watchful, Cupid heard her words, as if they had been whispered directly into his ear. His heart clenched with tenderness and sorrow. "Someone who loves you," he murmured in reply, though she could not yet hear. "Someone who will watch over you always." Night gathered slowly, stars blossoming gently overhead, illuminating a world altered by an accidental arrow, binding forever two hearts in ways neither mortal nor immortal had anticipated. In the palace, whispers moved like shadows. The atmosphere had shifted subtly from joy to foreboding. Servants who once hummed songs while tending the gardens now moved cautiously, heads bent in quiet anxiety. The king and queen watched their youngest daughter, their beautiful Psyche, with heavy hearts, knowing that a storm brewed unseen. Suitors no longer approached Psyche as potential husbands, only as worshippers. They arrived with precious gifts, silken flowers, gems glowing softly like captured starlight, perfumes spun from exotic blooms. Yet all hesitated on the brink of proposal, awestruck, fearful, whispering instead quiet hymns to her name. The pedestal she never desired grew higher beneath her feet, isolating her more deeply with every passing day. One pale dawn, weary of her daughter's solitude and growing distress, the queen approached her husband quietly. "Our daughter suffers beneath this unwanted worship," she murmured softly, her face lined with sorrow. Yet no suitor dares claim her as bride. Must Psyche live always alone, beloved by many, yet loved truly by none? The king sighed heavily, heart aching with love for his child. "She is touched by something beyond mortal understanding," he answered quietly. "We must seek wisdom higher than our own." Together, they resolved to journey to the sacred temple at Delphi, home of the oracle whose prophecies guided mortals and shaped destinies. They hoped the divine voice would reveal Psyche's fate, the secret behind the unbearable isolation her beauty had wrought. Days later, beneath skies heavy with looming clouds, the royal procession approached Delphi's temple. Its columns stood stark against storm-darkened heavens, ancient stones echoing quietly with countless prayers whispered through centuries. Inside, incense drifted heavily, curling in fragrant waves. Around the priestess seated upon her carved throne, her eyes, deep and distant, seemed to see worlds beyond human sight. As the king and queen stepped forward humbly, offering costly gifts, she inclined her head slightly, awaiting their question. "O mighty oracle," the king spoke, voice strained with emotion. "Our youngest daughter Psyche has beauty unlike any other mortal. Yet this blessing isolates her, bringing worship but no love. Tell us what fate awaits her. Shall she ever know happiness, or is sorrow her eternal companion?" The priestess stared silently for a moment, eyes unfocused, lost in the currents of prophecy. Suddenly she straightened, her voice echoing strangely in the silent chamber. "Psyche's mortal fate is bound to a husband not of human form. Awaiting her upon the lonely peak of Mount Zarkos is no gentle prince or noble king. He is winged, fierce, and powerful, feared by mortals and gods alike. A being whose terrible form none may behold without trembling. Prepare your daughter as for marriage, yet mourn her as though death has claimed her. Head to the mountain, for she is no longer yours. Thus speak the gods." A chilling silence descended upon the royal couple. The prophecy lingered like a shadow, heavy with dread. The queen gasped softly, hands trembling, while the king's face turned ashen. "Our daughter, bound to some monstrous fate?" the queen whispered in anguish. "Is there no mercy in the heavens?" Yet the oracle remained silent, eyes distant once more, prophecy fulfilled. Heartbroken, the king and queen returned home, bearing the burden of this dreadful revelation. They summoned Psyche gently, hoping to shield her, yet knowing the truth must be shared. When they told her the oracle's words, tears glistened silently in Psyche's eyes. Yet she raised her chin bravely. "Then it is decided," she whispered, voice trembling yet determined. "If this is my fate, let me meet it with courage. Better this uncertain destiny than a life of emptiness, beloved only as an idol." Though her parents wept, embracing her fiercely, Psyche felt strangely calm, heart resolved, yet aching. The prophecy explained her loneliness, her sense of waiting, of being touched by a destiny beyond mortal reach. Now she knew why she had felt an unseen presence, why dreams whispered to her of wings and shadows, hints of something beyond human comprehension. The preparations began swiftly, solemnly. Psyche was clothed in bridal finery, gowns of white silk embroidered with gold, jewels glittering softly in her dark hair, her veil spun from silver moonlight. Yet every gesture, every glance held sadness. It was wedding finery, yes, but also shrouded with mourning. Her sisters returned briefly, embracing her with mingled sorrow and curiosity. Psyche saw envy lingering quietly in their eyes and felt its sting keenly. The journey toward the mountain peak was quiet, somber, a procession more funeral than wedding. Psyche rode silently, heart pounding softly in her chest. Fear and anticipation intertwined. Clouds gathered overhead, shadows lengthening as twilight approached. When they reached the barren summit, Psyche stepped forward alone, her family lingering behind, grief-stricken yet powerless to intervene. They wept softly, watching her stand brave and solitary upon the wind-swept rock. She stood still, gazing upward as evening stars awakened softly in the sky. Heart trembling, she whispered a quiet prayer. "Whoever you are, whatever awaits me," she murmured to the darkening sky, "be kind. Let me find peace." Suddenly, a warm wind stirred gently around her. Psyche gasped softly, feeling herself lifted, cradled within invisible arms. She glanced down in wonder, seeing her family fade into shadows, voices swallowed by wind and distance. Fear melted strangely into astonishment and awe. "It begins," she whispered breathlessly, trusting somehow that she was safe, carried gently toward whatever mysterious fate had chosen her. Far below, the king and queen watched helplessly, clutching each other desperately. Psyche was gone, carried away by unseen forces, toward a destiny none could foresee. But high above, Cupid watched silently, guiding Zephyr, the west wind, with gentle urgency. His heart ached with sorrow and love as he watched Psyche carried safely away. Venus's cruelty had set events into motion, yet he had vowed protection, offering Psyche comfort rather than punishment. "You are safe, beloved," he murmured softly, though she could not yet hear. "Trust me. Trust your heart." The stars gleamed quietly overhead, whispering secrets known only to fate. Psyche closed her eyes, surrendering gently to the mysterious wind, carrying her toward a destiny far stranger, yet more wondrous than mortal hearts could ever dream. Psyche opened her eyes slowly, uncertain if she had dreamed the gentle flight, or if reality itself had shifted beneath her. She stood barefoot on soft, cool grass, the fragrant breeze caressing her cheek, and the twilight sky blossoming into indigo velvet above. Turning slowly, breath held in awe, she saw before her an impossible sight. A palace unlike anything mortal hands could fashion. It shimmered softly beneath the stars, its walls sculpted from moonlight, its pillars glowing gently like polished pearl. Silken banners fluttered from slender towers, and gardens spread luxuriously outward, blooming impossibly lush and vibrant despite the lingering darkness. Cautiously, Psyche stepped forward, marveling at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. She passed delicate fountains flowing softly, its waters whispering as if to reassure her. The very air seemed alive with gentle music, unseen instruments playing melodies of welcome and peace. "Where am I?" she whispered softly, almost fearing to disturb the enchantment. "Who has brought me here?" Though no visible being answered, the gentle melody deepened warmly, as if acknowledging her presence and question. Invisible hands seemed to guide her steps toward the palace gates, opening silently at her approach. As Psyche entered, wonderment filled her heart. Each room glowed softly, illuminated without visible flame. Rich tapestries embroidered with silken threads told stories she could not yet decipher. Marble floors, smooth and cool beneath her feet, shimmered softly as if strewn with stardust. "Welcome, lady," a voice murmured softly, gentle as whispering leaves. Psyche glanced quickly around, yet saw no one. "Who speaks?" she asked cautiously, heart quickening. "We are your servants," another invisible voice answered, warm and comforting. "Though unseen, we live only to serve you. Fear nothing." Still trembling softly, Psyche allowed herself to be guided deeper into the enchanted palace. She was bathed gently by unseen attendants in perfumed waters, clothed in gowns finer and softer than any mortal could weave. Her hair was brushed tenderly, jewels placed carefully at her throat and wrists. At last, led into a magnificent chamber, she found a banquet awaiting her. A table laden richly with foods whose aromas were intoxicatingly sweet and comforting. Psyche hesitated, uncertainty creeping back into her heart. "Eat, mistress," whispered the gentle voices reassuringly. "This place, all you see, exists for your happiness alone." She tasted carefully, wonderment deepening. Each bite was perfection, flavors bursting softly upon her tongue, filling her heart with warmth and strength. Night fell fully now, wrapping the palace in gentle velvet darkness. Psyche was guided to a sumptuous bedchamber, where curtains stirred softly in moonlight, and fragrances of lavender and roses filled the air. Her heart quickened nervously, recalling the oracle's dark prophecy. As shadows deepened, she felt a presence quietly enter the room. Footsteps silent, yet unmistakably real. Psyche held her breath, pulse quickening sharply with apprehension and curiosity. A voice, rich and soothing, spoke gently from darkness. "Fear not, Psyche. You are safe here. I will never harm you." "Who are you?" she asked softly, trembling slightly. "Why do you hide your face from me?" A gentle sigh drifted from shadows, filled with quiet sadness. "Trust is fragile. For now, darkness must veil me from your sight. Yet, know this: I cherish you deeply. I wish only your happiness, your comfort. Will you trust, though sight denies you certainty?" Psyche felt tears rise gently, heart moved by tenderness in his words. "Yes," she whispered softly, courage awakening gently within her breast. "I trust you." She felt his touch then, soft, gentle fingers brushing her hand lightly, a gesture filled with respect and care. Her heart quieted, strangely comforted by his unseen presence. The warmth of sincerity she sensed within him. Night passed softly, Psyche drifting gently to sleep, heart uncertain, yet comforted. With morning's light, she awoke alone, yet surrounded again by unseen servants. Music softly guiding her through new explorations of the palace gardens and chambers. each day unfolded quietly into wonder, Psyche discovered terraces overlooking vistas of impossible beauty, fountains murmuring gently with crystalline waters, libraries filled with volumes she could scarcely believe existed. Yet, always, gentle solitude lingered. Though cared for tenderly, no human companionship filled her hours. No face smiled warmly into hers. Her unseen husband visited only in darkness, tender yet distant, speaking softly of dreams and stories, but revealing nothing of himself. Each night, Psyche's heart grew more deeply drawn to him, yet curiosity also kindled gently within her breast. Who was he, this invisible being so filled with gentle wisdom, affection, mystery? Weeks passed gently, Psyche's life suspended beautifully between wonderment and mystery. Yet slowly, solitude's gentle ache grew sharper. She thought often of her sisters, their laughter, faces familiar and beloved. Loneliness stirred softly within, despite luxury and kindness surrounding her. One night, heart heavy, she spoke gently to the darkness, voice filled softly with hesitant longing. You have given me kindness beyond imagining, yet my heart aches softly for my sisters' faces, their familiar voices. May I see them again, even briefly? Would such kindness be possible? He hesitated quietly, his voice gentle yet saddened. I fear what envy or misunderstanding their presence might awaken. Yet your happiness is all that matters to me. If your heart truly longs to see them, it shall be so. But heed me carefully. Trust not the whispers of envy, nor doubts born of mortal fears. Promise you will never seek to see my face, though curiosity tempts you greatly. I promise, she whispered earnestly, her heart deeply sincere. So be it, he sighed softly. Zephyr will bring them soon. But Psyche, please, remember your promise. Let trust be stronger than doubt. In darkness, Psyche reached gently for his unseen hand, his heart aching softly with gratitude and tenderness. I will remember, she whispered quietly, longing deeply to soothe the sadness she felt within him. Night settled gently around them, a soft veil shielding secrets yet unknown, testing gently the fragile bonds of trust and love, and setting into motion events that would soon alter Psyche's life forever. Days passed softly, but Psyche's heart quickened. In anticipation of seeing her sisters again, she awaited them anxiously, pacing the palace halls, running her fingers nervously over intricate tapestries, breathing in the soft perfumes that filled every chamber. She wondered how her sisters would perceive this strange, enchanted world that had become her home. At last, one quiet morning, Psyche heard a gentle rustle in the garden. Rushing outside, she saw them, her two elder sisters, stepping uncertainly onto the lush grass, their eyes wide in amazement at the ethereal palace before them. Zephyr's invisible arms had brought them safely, setting them down softly on velvet grass. "Psyche!" cried the eldest sister, astonished, her gaze taking in the palace's splendor. She wore a smile of wonder, tinged with something else, something harder to decipher. Beside her, the second sister stood, eyes darting hungrily around. At the priceless gardens and glittering fountains, Psyche embraced them both warmly, eyes shining with joy. "I've missed you both dearly," she whispered. "Welcome to my home." The sisters exchanged curious glances, drinking in their youngest sibling's radiant appearance. Her silken robes, the glow in her face, the aura of wealth surrounding her. Quickly, the initial warmth faded, replaced by hidden envy, masked carefully beneath practiced smiles. "What place is this?" asked the eldest sister, attempting light-hearted curiosity. "Such wealth, such beauty, it surpasses all mortal imagining. Who is your husband, Psyche, that he provides so extravagantly for you?" Psyche hesitated, remembering her unseen husband's warnings. "He is kind and loving, generous beyond words, but he remains unseen." "Unseen?" echoed the second sister, exchanging a meaningful glance with the eldest. "How strange. How can you trust someone you have never seen?" "He asks only for trust in return for kindness," Psyche replied softly, trying to mask her unease beneath a gentle smile. Her sisters nodded slowly, thoughtful expressions masking their true feelings. All through their visit, as they toured the gardens, the banquet hall filled magically with delicacies, the luxurious rooms of silk and gold. Their amazement was overshadowed by quiet, growing jealousy. As evening approached, Psyche walked them to the gardens once more, heart saddened by their imminent departure. "I hope to see you again soon. she murmured sincerely. The eldest sister took her hand gently, voice sweet, yet edged with quiet caution. Psyche, your happiness warms our hearts, truly. But beware, dear sister, such mysterious generosity may hide darker truths. Indeed, added the second, her tone honeyed yet sharp beneath. Why does your husband conceal himself from you? Remember the prophecy, Psyche. A creature, fierce and monstrous. Perhaps this lavishness merely disguises terrible danger. Psyche's heart twisted gently, anxiety flickering within. Yet she nodded softly, forcing a reassuring smile. He has shown me only kindness. I trust him. Of course, dearest, soothed the eldest, exchanging a knowing glance with her sister. But caution is wise, even in paradise. Protect yourself. With lingering embraces and whispered cautions, Zephyr carried her sisters away once more, leaving Psyche alone, the palace now heavy with an unfamiliar silence. Night fell softly, yet Psyche could not rest. Her sisters' whispered warnings lingered, weaving subtle threads of doubt through her heart. She paced anxiously, shadows flickering gently along moonlit walls, when at last her unseen husband came to her chamber, sensing her troubled mood. His voice held gentle concern. My love, what troubles your heart tonight? Psyche hesitated, shame rising softly within her. My sisters, they spoke of fear, danger hidden beneath your kindness. They reminded me of the prophecy. Why do you hide from me? Will you not ease my fears? A sigh of sorrow filled the darkness. Your sisters spoke from envy, my beloved, not truth. I hide myself only because trust must first be proven. Appearance often clouds judgment. Love that sees clearly through darkness is truest. I do love you, she whispered gently, yet doubt whispers softly still. Could you not trust me enough to reveal yourself? His silence was heavy, lingering quietly before he finally answered softly. Trust is fragile, Psyche. Give it time to strengthen. Please, promise again that you will not seek to look upon me. Let patience guide your heart, not doubt. Heart aching, Psyche whispered her promise again, yet sleep eluded her. Days passed quietly, but her sisters visited again, their envy sharpened into pointed words, whispered warnings disguised as loving concern. Each time, doubt deepened softly within Psyche's heart. Trust eroded quietly by their persistent cautioning. One afternoon, beneath silvery olive trees, her sisters pressed again, gently yet insistently. "Sister, your safety concerns us greatly. How can you trust a husband whose face you cannot see? He is gentle, loving." Psyche murmured weakly. "Monsters can appear gentle, Psyche," the eldest insisted, eyes glinting sharply with envy and cunning. "Perhaps he hides because his true form would terrify you. Remember the oracle's words. A winged, fearsome creature. What if your trust blinds you to danger?" With trembling fingers, the second sister pressed something gently into Psyche's hand. A small oil lamp, intricately carved, its reservoir full. "Take this. If doubt becomes unbearable, look upon him in secret. Just once. Know the truth for yourself." Psyche accepted reluctantly, heart torn gently between loyalty and doubt. The lamp felt heavy, cold, a symbol of fragile trust now threatened. Alone again, she hid it quietly beneath her bed cushions, the temptation whispering persistently in shadows of solitude. Days grew restless, nights heavier with anxiety. Psyche's mind whispered relentlessly, driven by fear, curiosity, envy's subtle poison. At last, with her heart burdened unbearably, she resolved quietly to use the lamp. Just one glimpse, she reasoned desperately, would quiet all doubts forever. That night, as her unseen husband slept peacefully beside her, Psyche rose silently, hands trembling, heart pounding. She lit the lamp carefully, its faint golden glow illuminating softly, casting gentle shadows across the bed. She held her breath anxiously as she lifted it slowly, her eyes widening in awe as she gazed for the first time upon her sleeping husband's face. He was not a monster, but a being of unimaginable beauty. Golden hair tumbling softly, serene features luminous in slumber, feathered wings gently folded. Cupid himself, god of love, lay beside her, peaceful, vulnerable. Awe overwhelmed Psyche, love swelling powerfully in her heart. But this was quickly followed by agonizing remorse. Yet her shaking hand faltered suddenly. A single drop of burning oil spilled onto his shoulder. With a sharp cry of pain, Cupid woke instantly, eyes filled with anguish and sorrow as they met Psyche's horrified gaze. "Oh, Psyche," he whispered brokenly, realization dawning. "What have you done?" The lamp fell, darkness enveloping them both once more. But trust, already fragile, shattered irrevocably. The darkness swallowed the fallen lamp, plunging the room into shadow once more. Psyche's breath came in short, trembling gasps, her heart clutched by a sudden, overwhelming grief. "Cupid, my love, I'm so sorry," she whispered desperately, reaching for him through the veil of darkness. But he withdrew from her touch, rising from the bed. A quiet rustle filled the air as his great wings unfolded, agitated, tense. She felt rather than saw his movement toward the window, each step heavy with sorrow. "Did I ask so much?" he murmured, voice thick with hurt. "Only your trust." "Cupid, please," Psyche cried, desperation clawing at her chest. "I didn't mean my sisters. They filled my mind with fear and doubt. Forgive me. Please." Cupid paused by the open window, the silvery moonlight framing his graceful silhouette, his injured shoulder glistening where the burning oil had struck. His voice trembled softly as he spoke, quiet but firm. "Trust is the breath of love, Psyche. Without it, our bond withers. You chose suspicion over faith, fear over trust." He sighed heavily, eyes brimming with sorrow. "I warned you that looking upon me would sever us. Now, fate must take its course." Psyche stumbled toward him blindly, tears streaming down her face. "No, do not leave me. I love you. Please, give me another chance to prove my heart." He looked at her sadly, wings drooping softly in resignation. "You must learn now, as we all must, the cost of your choices." With those final words, Cupid spread his magnificent wings and lifted into the night, swiftly vanishing into the stars, leaving only a fleeting whisper of displaced air and the hollow echo of Psyche's anguished cry, Suddenly alone, Psyche felt her knees give way beneath her, and she collapsed onto the cold marble floor, weeping uncontrollably. With Cupid's departure, the magic that had sustained her wondrous palace began to fade. She looked around helplessly as tapestries unraveled, luxurious silks turned to dust, and once golden lights extinguished themselves one by one. The lush gardens withered, flowers fading swiftly beneath an unseen frost, fountains drying to barren stone basins. In mere moments, the once glorious palace vanished entirely, leaving Psyche kneeling upon cold, rocky ground, surrounded by a desolate landscape shrouded in a stark, unforgiving darkness. The gentle whispers and unseen servants were gone, replaced by a silence thick with regret and aching solitude. She wept bitterly, shoulders trembling, grief twisting painfully inside her chest. How had she been so foolish to trade a love born of tender kindness and trust for suspicion born of envy and insecurity? Yet, amidst her sorrow, a small flame flickered stubbornly within her heart. Determination slowly replaced despair, and Psyche rose shakily to her feet, wiping tears from her face, eyes shining with quiet resolve. "I will find him," she vowed softly, clenching trembling fists at her side. "I will search the world to prove my love, whatever the cost." Steeling herself, Psyche began to walk, stepping onto paths unknown beneath the pale glow of dawn. She wandered tirelessly, seeking word of Cupid from any who might help. Her fine robes soon became ragged, her soft feet sore and bruised from relentless travel. Yet the fire within her heart drove her onward. Days became weeks, and Psyche's travels brought her to a temple, set upon a tranquil hillside, its marble columns glowing gently beneath sunlight. Entering cautiously, she recognized it as a sanctuary devoted to Ceres, the nurturing goddess of the harvest. Humbly kneeling before the altar, Psyche's voice trembled as she prayed earnestly. "Kind goddess, I beg your help. I have lost the one I love most through my own doubt and weakness. Please guide me. Show me how to regain his love." A gentle warmth filled the air as Ceres appeared before her, eyes filled with maternal compassion. "My child," she spoke gently, "your plight touches my heart deeply. Yet Venus herself seeks vengeance against you. I dare not risk her wrath perhaps seek forgiveness directly from the goddess whose son you love? Psyche's heart trembled, knowing she must face the formidable Venus herself. "I shall do whatever is required," she murmured bravely. Encouraged by Ceres's kind words, Psyche pressed on, eventually coming upon another temple, this one dedicated to Juno, Queen of the Gods. Again, she knelt in supplication, pleading her case passionately, yet receiving a similar gentle denial. Sympathy mingled with fear of Venus's displeasure. Finally, understanding there was only one path forward, Psyche journeyed onward to the grand temple of Venus herself. The great goddess awaited her arrival, reclining elegantly upon cushions, her gaze sharp and proud. At last, the mortal girl who stole worship that belonged to me alone. Venus spoke coldly, disdain flickering in her gaze. "Have you come to gloat or to beg, child?" Psyche fell to her knees before the goddess, tears streaming down her face. "Great Venus, I come only to seek forgiveness. My love for Cupid is true, though my actions caused him pain. Please, allow me to atone. I will endure any task you set to prove my sincerity." Venus regarded her coolly, a calculating smile forming slowly upon her perfect lips. "Tasks, you say? Very well. Let us test the depths of your devotion. Complete the trials I set for you, perfectly and without complaint. And perhaps then I shall consider your plea." Venus waved her hand gracefully, summoning her attendants. "Take this mortal and present her with the first task. Let her labor until sunset, and we shall see how true her heart is." Psyche followed the attendants quietly, her heart trembling, but with firm resolve. They led her to a vast storeroom filled with an enormous pile of mixed grains: wheat, barley, millet, poppy seeds, lentils, all jumbled together chaotically. "Your task," one attendant declared, smirking cruelly, "is simple. Sort these grains perfectly by sunset." As they departed laughing, Psyche stared at the mountain of tiny seeds, despair swelling briefly within her breast. The task seemed utterly impossible. Yet suddenly, a small movement caught her eye. A single tiny ant scurried forth, followed swiftly by another, then another, soon joined by an entire army of ants. Quietly, methodically, the tiny creatures began sorting the seeds into neat piles, working tirelessly in perfect harmony. Psyche's heart lifted in awe and gratitude. Somehow, in her moment of deepest despair, gentle aid had come, quietly reassuring her that even in her trials, she was not truly alone. As the sun dipped toward evening, Venus returned, expecting failure, yet greeted by neat piles of carefully sorted grains. Her eyes narrowed with suspicion and irritation. "So, you have managed this small task," she conceded grudgingly, eyes cold. "But know this, my tests have barely begun. You shall soon understand the true meaning of suffering for love." Psyche met Venus's gaze quietly, unwavering in determination, the small ember of hope glowing steadily in her heart. No matter the trials ahead, she would endure for Cupid, for the chance to regain the love she had so tragically betrayed. She would pay any price. Days unfolded slowly into one another, and Psyche faced each task that Venus devised, her quiet resolve growing with every new challenge. With each test, her heart strengthened, tempered by grief, humility, and determination. One morning, Venus appeared before Psyche, her gaze filled with quiet malice. "Perhaps," the goddess said smoothly, "you have found luck thus far, but luck is fleeting. Your next task shall truly prove your devotion." With a graceful wave, she gestured toward a distant riverbank. The golden sheep that graze beside that river bear wool as brilliant as sunlight itself. Bring me some of that wool. Only then shall I consider your sincerity. Psyche set out alone, her heart heavy yet resolute. Reaching the riverbank, she saw the sheep, their golden fleece shimmering like liquid sunlight. But their eyes glinted fiercely, and their sharp horns warned her to keep her distance. Sitting beneath a willow tree, Psyche wept softly, despairing quietly. Yet the river whispered softly to her, gentle currents carrying a soothing voice. "Wait," it murmured. "When the sun grows low and the sheep sleep, golden fleece gathers quietly upon thorny branches by the water. Take what you need then, unseen and safe." Grateful, Psyche waited patiently until dusk. When shadows stretched long, she moved carefully, gathering wool from the branches that brushed softly against her hands. Wool collected, she returned swiftly to Venus, presenting the golden fleece humbly. Venus took it silently, eyes narrowing in frustration that Psyche had succeeded again. "Your resourcefulness grows tiresome," she declared icily. "Fetch me a vial of crystal water from the highest peak, where a spring guarded by serpents spills down impossibly steep cliffs. Surely this task will end your foolish hopes." With her heart sinking softly, Psyche journeyed toward the distant mountain, eyes rising fearfully to the dangerous heights. The sheer cliffs towered, and the serpents guarding the spring hissed sharply, eyes gleaming menacingly. Psyche sank to her knees, despair returning. "This task is beyond me," she whispered hopelessly. "Perhaps I was never meant to win back Cupid's love." Suddenly, a shadow crossed above her, and a majestic eagle swooped down from the clouds, alighting softly beside her. "Fear not, mortal," the eagle spoke, voice deep and wise. "Hold out your vial, and I shall retrieve this water for you. The heavens themselves pity your devoted heart." Overwhelmed with gratitude, Psyche offered her small crystal vial. With powerful wings beating gently, the eagle soared upward, past snapping serpents and jagged cliffs, carefully collecting the precious water. When he returned, placing the filled vial gently in Psyche's trembling hands, she thanked him softly, hope flickering warmly within her again. She returned to Venus swiftly, presenting the vial of crystal water. The goddess took it silently, frustration and disbelief mingling sharply. Upon her flawless features, clearly Psyche's stubborn courage had begun to challenge even Venus's resolve. Yet Venus remained relentless. Her pride wounded, she devised a final, terrible task. Summoning Psyche once more, she handed her a small, ornate casket, carved from dark wood, sealed tightly. Venus's eyes glittered coldly. "Journey now to the underworld," she commanded icily. "Seek out Proserpina, the queen of shadows herself. Tell her I require a fragment of her divine beauty. Bring it back to me swiftly, yet heed this carefully. Do not open the box, no matter what whispers temptation might offer you. Should you fail, all hope for reunion with Cupid shall be forever lost." Fear twisted painfully within Psyche's heart, but her quiet determination shone fiercely through darkness. Accepting the casket humbly, she journeyed bravely toward the realm of shadows, guided by whispered counsel from unseen allies. She carried small coins for the ferryman, Karen, and honeyed cakes for the fierce Cerberus guarding the underworld's gates. Descending into darkness, Psyche's heart trembled, yet courage guided each careful step, paying Karen silently, calming Cerberus gently. She passed safely into the land of quiet shadows. The souls of the departed drifted silently around her, eyes sad, whispers lingering softly. She pressed on, determined to fulfill this final, most perilous task. In the throne room of shadows, Queen Proserpina awaited her quietly. The queen listened patiently to Psyche's humble request, eyes filled with soft sorrow. "This box contains something dangerous," she warned gently. "Heed carefully Venus's command. Keep it closed, for the price of curiosity may be greater than you can bear." Proserpina took the casket briefly, placing something inside carefully, and sealed it once more. Psyche bowed humbly, thanking her softly, then swiftly began her journey back toward the world of living sunlight. Yet, as Psyche emerged from the darkness, her steps slowed, her heart twisting quietly with temptation. Exhausted by hardship, she wondered fearfully, would Cupid even recognize her now? Weary, worn, beauty dimmed by trial and sorrow. Surely a small fragment of the divine beauty within that casket would renew her, make her worthy once more of love's embrace. Unable to resist, Psyche paused beneath the brightening sky, hands trembling as she opened the casket softly, heart pounding. Yet the moment the lid lifted, she saw nothing. No beauty, no magic, only shadows rising softly, filling her vision with gentle darkness. She gasped softly, the box falling from her grasp, as sleep overwhelmed her swiftly, deep and irresistible. Psyche collapsed gently upon the grass, locked within a slumber from which no mortal could awaken unaided. The sleep of oblivion, gathered from the underworld itself. High above, Cupid felt a pang of sudden sorrow in his heart. Unable to ignore the ache of love still binding him, he soared swiftly downward, searching desperately for Psyche. Finding her pale and motionless upon the earth, his heart twisted painfully, gently, tenderly. Cupid gathered the shadows of sleep from her eyes, coaxing them back into the box, sealing it safely. He gazed softly upon Psyche's peaceful face, bending low to brush a gentle kiss upon her lips, filled with quiet, lingering love. Slowly, Psyche's eyes fluttered open, gazing upward into Cupid's familiar, beloved face. Tears filled her eyes, trembling fingers reaching softly to touch his cheek. "My love," she whispered weakly, hope returning gently within her heart. "You return to me." Cupid smiled softly, eyes warm with forgiveness. "Your trials have proven your love beyond doubt," he murmured. "But now, we must face my mother's anger together." Taking her hand firmly, Cupid spread his wings, lifting her gently toward the golden heights of Olympus. There, before the gathered gods and goddesses, he pleaded eloquently for Psyche's pardon, describing her devotion, humility, courage, and their shared love that had survived every trial. Jupiter, king of the gods, listened patiently, moved by their story. With a gentle nod, he declared softly, "Let Psyche be granted immortality. Let love and soul forever unite." Psyche drank ambrosia offered gently by Jupiter's hand, golden warmth filling her swiftly, mortality slipping softly away. At last, she stood radiant beside Cupid, bound eternally in love, now equal in divinity. Even Venus softened, smiling reluctantly, admitting quietly the strength of Psyche's heart. And amidst laughter, song, and joyful celebration, love and trust triumphed gently upon Olympus, unbreakable and everlasting.